Is this thing on? Alright, hey guys, welcome back to another stream. Hopefully the sound is better. I'm not peaking or anything like that. Hopefully I don't sound tinny. I don't have any ears or anything for me to be able to do a listen back, so I'd have to wait until after the stream. I did adjust some settings. Let me know how it is. Looks like the bot went wild while I was getting prepared, but that's fine. That's fine. Those initial messages, hopefully it'll be a little bit more sporadic throughout today's stream. We are going until 5 Eastern. Basically, it's going to be about the same length of stream that we had yesterday. I apologize for those who do enjoy body doubling with me. That's just how it went. Oh, I gotta update the current revenue. Hold on. That is something that doesn't auto-update. I have to manually update it, so just give me a sec. Every little bit helps, so I want to make sure that that is properly reported. 47 cents. Alright, perfect. But yeah, I had a meeting today again and some homework to do after the meeting, so so that came first, and then here I am with you guys. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to write for a while, or actually we're going to do some gaming for a while. I got most of my gaming done earlier this morning before my meeting, but I do still have World of Warcraft stuff to do, so you guys can body double with me as I go through all of that. I improved the gaming scene a little bit, so you can, it's not quite as bad. Sorry, somebody sent me a message for the D&D campaign I'm in. Anyway, what I was saying. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get into some World of Warcraft. But before I do that, I want to go ahead and go over a few things. Ooh, looks like my ticker has a limit. But that's fine. So, as you guys can see at the very top of the screen, the theme is community for the November Novel Challenge. Every year I've done National Novel Writing Month. This year is no different. I still have my goal of writing 50,000 plus words. I'm not quite at the point where I can do 100,000 plus, but 50,000 plus is a good, it is the good threshold. When I hit 50,000, then I'm going to up it to 75 and so forth. And also for the last several years, I've been combining it with streaming to help support Baby DJ, and this year is no different. We're going to, donate all of the Twitch proceeds, bits, subs, etc., to babydj.org, and I put the receipts up in my Discord and Instagram, and also this year I'll also put it up in Ko-fi, so y'all will know. So basically, there's the proof of the pudding. I'm terrible at words right now, I apologize. But we have all that prepared. So because of that, well, I started this last month because I do actually need the revenue myself. But this month is all going to Baby DJ, but every hour we are going to run a 1 minute long stream. Last year I think it was like, sorry, I said 1 minute long stream, I meant 1 minute long ad. I think last year it was like 1 30-second ad every 15 minutes, but this year we're going to just do 1 minute long for every 60 seconds, and we'll just keep it that way throughout the year, so everybody's essentially used to it. Maybe if we get thresholds, we'll go ahead and do longer. But, yeah, so there's that, and then at the end of the stream, there's going to be a 3-minute long ad, for, and this is for Twitch, so the YouTube fans, you don't need to worry about that. This is just for Twitchies. Speaking of YouTube, oh, there we are. Okay. But yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff to get through today. So we got that. The point system is actually doing very well. We should have for the Twitch team, there should be a pop-up coming out soon that says something about the depreciation of points eventually. I'm going to create a reminder for both Twitch and YouTube with various emotes on what to use. There is one that you can do in the chat right now. Sorry, that is in the titles right now, that you can go ahead and you can utilize. But I will give y'all suggestions for things that you can use in the chat space. I have not updated any polls, so the polling is still going to be separate between Twitch and YouTube. It's probably going to be a down the line type of thing. My to-do list just keeps growing. I keep getting new ideas, and that is both an exciting thing and a terrible thing because my time is super limited these days. I don't know where it's going. Even when I combine, my tasks with streaming, it's still... There are some tasks that I can't do while streaming, so that also, I guess, is part of it. Yeah, so some things on my to-do list, I'll actually probably get it off the ticker because the ticker is now too long. But things on my to-do list, find a way to read the word count from the file that I have and get it to report in the chat space. Currently, if you do word count, here, I'll do it in YouTube. So if you do word count, you'll get the result. But you are connected. Why are you not doing anything? Well, that's rude. Did I spell it wrong? Doesn't look like it. Hold on. Oh, and for the Twitch team, there is the new message about the point system. I'm looking something up. Did I just enable it for... No, it's for YouTube. Well, that's rude. Let's try this. Maybe it's YouTube stuff. Maybe YouTube's having issues. Yeah, I'm gonna blame it on YouTube because YouTube should have come back with both of those. So let's... Okay, so Twitch points is working, word count. Yeah, so... But yeah, so that's what I wanted to show, was that when you hit word count, or when you type in word count, it says the count has been updated, please check the ticker. I'd like it to come back and say something like, the current word count is da-da-da-da-da, basically reading from the same file. But so far it isn't doing that. And why is... So I know my bot is connected to YouTube. Why is it not doing anything? Unless, hold on. That doesn't make sense because it did it just fine the other day. Not touching. Okay, let me try that again. There might have been something that overrode it. No, it's just broken. Okay, cool. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so something's weird's going on here. Sorry, I want to get this figured out before we get any balls rolling. Come here, YouTube. Okay. Why is today's not showing up? Should be connecting. I want to disconnect and reconnect it and see what happens. There it goes. That was weird. Okay, so this should work now. No? Oh, there it goes. That was annoying. I'll have to monitor that and I'll report it to the developers of my bot if it keeps acting weird like that. Luckily, it looks like there's no YouTube viewers right now, so that's helpful. Alright. But yeah, so I was talking about that, because that was the first to-do list item. So that's easy enough to do. I've got ideas to do it. It's just going to create a lot of files, which is fine. Work on automations, basically. Things like if I get the bits thresholds, change the scenes automatically and things like that. Haven't had to worry about that yet, but you know, that's fine. Publish the cross-channel redemptions, which I talked about a few moments ago. Automate the background to add chatters. That's probably is going to take a lot of effort. It's probably going to require weekend time as opposed to weekday time, so that's probably not going to happen yet, but I want to keep that on my project list because it's something I also want to do for the Christmas stream too. Can we use... Oh, and so the chart that I use is manually updated, so I'm hoping to also update the chart that I use is manually updated, but hopefully I'm hoping to get the file that I use to update the ticker to also update that the chart. At least for the word count. Can we get Twitch revenue similar to how we get... okay, so I have a revenue question for the API. It looks like that's not able to be done, so I'm going to actually remove that from the to-do list. And, oh, I've been talking for a bit at this point. Twitch viewers, it looks like there is an ad coming in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Just a heads up for you guys. I want to automate the card screens, so the starting soon offline and stepped away screens to do a rotation of the chart, what we're basically everything you see in the ticker, and other things like music visualization, things like that. So I'm gonna change that. Event notifications, I've started working on that. If you see people donate like 50 or 100 bits, you'll get a little animation. Also, I guess when I start a new goal, an animation comes up too. I also want to be able to add the latest data like bits, follower, etc. to the tracker, or to the ticker rather. I worked on that a little bit, or I tested a couple things a little bit. My first initial thoughts didn't work, so I'm going to have to look into again, multiple files to get that working. Cross-platform polling was for something I added yesterday. So those are some of the to-do items on the agenda. But a lot of them require a lot of programming and things, so that'll be a weekend project. Now I'm going to go ahead and reduce the ticker a bit. I'm going to just get rid of extra verbiage. So this month, okay, so cut that out. We were focusing on community several ways. We'll actually cut out that first whole bit. Hang out and buy double with me as I do things on the PC. As I do PC items like gaming, or filling out. No, that's too long. Hanging out and body double with me as I write, as I chat, write, game, or do other things. That feels long. As I do PC things, as I do the PC things, there we go. We are once again supporting Baby DJ. We are once again supporting babydj.org. I'm gonna say we are supporting babydj.org. We support, rather, babydj.org by donating all the November Twitch revenue. I want to actually give it its own little section. Visit babydj.org to see how you can donate or how you can help. Our current revenue is this. This month's story is community driven. Vote on polls. Vote when polls go up on stream. Well, I will say vote when polls go up. Comma, Twitch users. Twitch users can spend bits to impact the story from menu options. Our current word count is this. Oh, I gotta adjust that. No, wait, that's right. It works on the word count. Cool. All right, support me at this. I like saying the current layout is work in progress. That's kind of true, but it's over a week into the month, so I'm not going to worry about it. Should I include? Nah. We'll get rid of the total list. Bridge photo. Okay, so we have the credits. Music cultivated from Lo-Fi Girl, Lo-Fi Cat, Healing Me on YouTube. Alright, new, oh yeah, and I wanted to call this out too. Does Twitch have the, no ads on Twitch currently, cool. So, there's a new goal. I mentioned it at the end of stream yesterday, but today, if we hit 200 Twitch followers or 100 YouTube subscribers, I mean, if we hit 100 Twitch subscribers, that'd be cool too. If we hit those goals, then the writing screen, so let me get that prepared. And the writing screen, which is this, will be up whenever I write. Instead of starting off with this, it'll just be up that way for a full week. So if we hit that, or and when I say for a full week, I mean basically 7 writing sessions. So, oh, and now there's an ad break. I'll wait till that's done. Let me get back to this screen. I need to update the background to the screen. Let me do that real quick too, so. Yeah, I know it's kind of messy. Thank you for your patience, though. Here we go. Okay. Alright, looks like the ads are done. So where was I? Oh yes, so 200 followers on Twitch. So I've got 57 to go. And then we get 7 days of the writing screen. And I got a follower overnight on YouTube. So we have 63 on YouTube, so we have 47 to go on YouTube. And then we get 7 days of that. And then if we get both, then basically we're just going to be on the full screen for the rest of the month. So that is exciting. Let's see, was there anything else I wanted to chat about or fiddle with? I'm good at fiddling with stuff, you guys. Just like the best. The best. Nobody beats me. Alright, so sorry, I'm looking at analytics, I'm like, ooh. But yeah, sorry. I have so many icons to look at. Okay, I'm just gonna not worry about it. But yeah, we have, those are the updates, basically. So yay! We got through the updates. I put up a new picture today. If you are interested in pictures, you can go view my Ko-fi page. It is available for purchase if you feel so inclined. Excuse me. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and switch to gaming now. We're going to play some World of Warcraft. Let me get a couple of things looked at first. Just getting some stuff set up, so I thank y'all for your patience. I didn't have it preloaded before I started today, so I'm going to use that to explain why there's the break. Alright, looks like... Alright, we're going to, sorry, I was playing with some stuff in studio. We're still not loaded into the game yet, though, so we're going to just wait a minute. Alright. Oh, apparently you are seeing gaming now. Huh. I didn't realize that was coming up on your side, on y'all's screens too. Oopsie-daisy, but that's fine. I don't use studio mode in OBS too often, so... But let me switch the game setting here. So game... World of the Warcraft. There we go, that has been updated. Alright, we're just going to do auction house stuff. Oh, nothing on this character to collect. Alright, so we're just going to post today then. The stuff will probably start expiring in the next hour or so, because I don't think we did anything until the afternoon the other day, so that's fine. Let me know what you think about the layout for the gaming. Because today, you know, because this month the stream is not as focused on gaming, I wanted it to be, you know, kind of an aside here as opposed to something that's center screen. Let me put up a poll for y'all though. It's going to be kind of random. I'm just going to quickly take a look at the story, try to remember exactly where we left off. I have a vague idea, but... Oh, right. Okay. Switching tunes. Okay, so... I feel like the YouTube stuff came out a little fast, so I'm gonna adjust that a little bit. Streaming schedule... Streaming, follow on IG, use Discord. Oh, but that doesn't... Oh. Yep, okay. Alright, I see what's going on here. Okay. So I'm going to... It's random though, so I don't know if that's a good idea. I like it when it's random though. At the same time, I don't know if it's the best idea. We'll see. Okay, anyway. Back to this character. Okay, nothing new here. Just gonna put up some of that stuff. El Cheapo, but that's fine. I like it when cleanouts are... Well, this isn't a clean out, this is just posting. I like it when it's nice and fast. Character doesn't have access to the map because she's not 10 yet. I could push her along and get her to 10, but... Alright, so she's got less than the gold, the amount of a token, so that's why I restrict certain things that I post. But she also doesn't have anything that meets the threshold. Basically, it would have to be 100 gold or greater for me to automatically post it, but because she's under that threshold, I will go with whatever the next highest is, which looks like it's this 97 item, the gray woolen shirt. I'll only post one, and we'll go down, and if there's another page, which there's not, if there was another page, I would have posted the highest one on that page. Alright, and because that was there, we're going to just move this up and move on to the next character. If she was higher than the threshold, like, so I think it said it was 261, so if she had 262,000 gold, then I would have posted everything. It's just my way to help. Well, it's my attempt at trying to economize my time in the items, basically the quantity that I post. I actually don't have any data to back it up, but it is what it is. Oh, I did forget to do something today. Oops. I'll step away when I'm done with auction housing. All right, nothing substantial here. And again, 261, 235, we're going to follow those same rules for this character. I mean, ideally I should be putting a bunch of these things that aren't, that don't meet the threshold into the bank, but honestly, I just haven't thought about it. It's just easier to go through like this and post and move along. Alright, so next page, which is a tiny page, it's just those two. Posting handful of bismuth and skip, and that's it. We still follow the other rules that I set for myself in place, is the consolidating. Alright, high fiber leaf. We have a full row of things here. We want at least one empty slot, but because we didn't, and this came up to here, not up here, we're going to sell the high fiber leaf. This one we're just selling the leaf. Anything else? Nothing else to consolidate because it's kind of a extra. Oh, you didn't see it because it's an extra. I used air quotes. All right. Oh, but you guys can see my how I move items around from realm to realm here too. I do use the Undermine Exchange website for that though, and you won't be seeing me use that. But I will. I'll walk you through it with my voice. Hopefully, it's understandable. That person's name is Boom Sprocket. I love it. Okay, so she's got nothing new on a Friday. That's kind of disappointing, which means there'll probably be a. She probably won't have anything to clean out on Monday, but that's fine. And that's one reason why I do it this way too, is so that people who don't have a lot to sell will be able to at least sell something and maybe have a clean out come Monday. But we'll see. Alright. That's also why I kind of do the shuffle, but at this point I feel like a lot of people do it, so it's usually the same realms over and over and over again. But I also take into account which realms I have the gear on. You'll see what I mean when I get there. We're about halfway done though. Alright, I'm gonna create a poll. I rarely get this many sales on a on my pet tune. The fact that I have more than 2 is surprising, quite honestly. It just makes me wonder if people are collecting, or if maybe they're preparing for Christmas stuff. Who knows? All right. You know what? We will talk about the weather. Start a poll. When we write, what will the weather be in story? Well, I don't want to start it yet because, again, the Twitch only has the 10-minute timer, which I'm not a fan of. If this character doesn't have anything in her mailbox either, so just have the enchants, post those enchants. And we have this pepper. It's literally just a reagent from Pandaria. It should be something from, you know, easy enough to buy from the vendor, but maybe not. Vendor sell price, so Maybe. But yeah, I'm gonna... There are... Okay, YouTube. But there are people who have ended up on the auction house, so we'll go with it. Materials... Nothing. Food. Herbs doesn't quite count. It is common, so... Alright, we're not going to repost that. We already posted something. Oh, YouTube hasn't auto-corrected. That's weird. Oh, now it's healthy again. Weird. But that's fine. Usually I get one of those messages from YouTube per stream, but because I had that issue with the bot earlier today too, I was a little worried, not gonna lie. Okay. Nothing to grab from the box. We're going to put up on the house. Okay, so these guys just don't have operations. So the gray items I've noticed are tricky because you'll have these that, you know, you haven't collected this appearance, you haven't collected this appearance, you haven't collected this appearance. But some of them will say something about the Warbound. So, like, for example, to add this appearance to your Warbound collection, but that makes me think I can't add this to put this on the auction house. So I'm actually going to test it. These two, I'm pretty sure you would be able to. But this one, like, historically you would used to be able to, but with the changes... Okay, so this one can be done. Perfect. Which means these are all... Alright, so they're not part of any particular expansion, so we're just going to put them under vanilla. Grays. I had to actually stop and think for a second. Did I buy these or did I pick them up from, like, questing? I'm pretty sure I picked them up from questing. I don't think vendors will sell you gray items. I could be wrong, but I don't think they do. So we're going to add these 3 items, and because we haven't posted anything yet, we are going to go ahead and try to post them now. There we go. And if they sell, great. If not, well, I'll put them up to the vendor, as long as the sell rates don't match. But so far, the price and the sell rate make it worth it. Okay. Be lasty. There's another character on that realm called Zappity. I had fun on that realm. If I create another character on that realm, it'll probably be Slashy and Stabbity. I kind of want to make characters on that realm now. I just realized, looking at my dashboard, that the ticker updates haven't gone through yet because I didn't save them. Oops. Hopefully it'll be saved now. Alright. But no, we don't have anything for her to sell. I could do the scanning on the auction house, but I feel like I've got, you know, better options this way. See, she's got this, which isn't really nothing. Just gear for her. Let's see, we've got this, but we already have 5 of these on the auction house. That's the same thing. So now we're going to look at the Warband Bank, and because we're going to do this, I won't need to do the shuffle later because this is essentially the same thing. I'm going to mute my microphone because I can hardly see the screen. Okay. So what I do here, this doesn't require me to use the Endermine Exchange. I basically look at the data from the tooltip. I see if I have any in the auction house already by looking at the inventory section. I don't, at least for this item. And then I look at the TSM auction database. There's 0 auctions, so I want to grab it because that way I have the ability to essentially corner the market. But I'm going to do it for all of these. So I'm looking here, I don't have it on on Belasty here, but there's already one auction, and it's 1,000 gold, so I'm not going to worry about it. Now, there's a point where I will actually grab it, even if there are auctions, and if that happens, I'll show you guys. 0 auctions, so we're going to grab up to 5 of these. There's only 4, so perfect. Oh, double checking. Oh, I do. Yeah, so those 4 are the ones that I grabbed. Okay, great. None on Belasty. That's good. We have 1 auction and it's 993. So we're just going to consolidate space here and just put these here. Radiant leggings. Belasty does have 1 on the auction house. And there are 2 auctions, so there is somebody else also selling it, so I'm not going to worry about buying, doing a buyout for that. I'm going to keep these here. I'm not going to consolidate yet. Just because, yeah. Moonsoul Crown. Belasty has 1 on the auction house. There's only 1 auction, so that's me again, so I can corner that market. Belasty has 1 on the auction house, 1 on the auction house, so I can corner that market up to 4. 1, 2. And so, you know, you guys see what I mean by, you know, it seems like some realms have it over and over again. This is pretty much why. Did I just stutter in game a little bit? Sorry if I did. I didn't, Anyway. So, Blessed doesn't have any of these, and there is 1 auction, so I'm just going to move this over, consolidate it. 2, there's 3 auctions, so we're going to same thing there. We already went over the radiant leggings. Dark leather tunic, 0 auction, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Okay, so Lassie has none, there's already 1 on the auction house, doesn't meet the threshold. And last thing is these belts. Belasty doesn't have any of these, and there's none on the auction house, so Belasty is going to adopt them. Alright, and now she's going to go ahead, and this is what she's going to put up on the auction house today. Belasty's gold is higher than what the token price is, so she's just going to put everything up. Which is fine, because everything would have met the threshold anyway. Oh yeah, and we're going to take a look at what's in this chest. Which is... gear? Alright, so gear she can use at some point, I guess. Alright, cool. Moving on. Mushi. I love that name. Alright, she's got nothing in the mailbox. I can tell you that all the stuff that's in her bags that's able to be auctioned is not enough for the threshold. Yeah. So we're just going to sell the Wizard Oil formula. And consolidate. And move on. Easy mode. And then when I get done with the auctions, I want to step away for a bit to take care of a couple things that I should have done before I started streaming, but I was preoccupied because of those things that I told you about earlier. The calls and basically the career homework stuff. Nice. She has nothing to sell. And so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go to the bank, see what there is to pull out, and go from there. Okay, so she's got reagents. Reagents are a bit different than mogs. Those are blah. She can use these for basically crafting. Rough sharpening stone's not so much though, because this character's also an enchanter, so I'm not going to worry about that stuff. I should probably create a reagent bank for her though. We're going to do the rough sharpening stones, and then we're also going to go through like we did with Belasti with these guys. So no, but also no, and no. No, no, no. No, no, no. No. No, no. And lastly, no, no, but also no. It did not meet any of those requirements. I'm going to consolidate that there now that I see it. And we have a friendly auction house guy right here, so we're just going to use him. It's just for 2 seconds. Something. Seller is something. Okay. Alright. Now, if we ever get to a point where I can't pull stuff from the bank, then we can do, like, scans, but I'm not going to do that on stream because that can take a while. And this is the last character. Alright, she's got nothing to collect. Also no gold, which is concerning. She's planned the bags, though. Okay, so she's also under the threshold, so she's just going to post whatever the next highest is, which is the Amulet of the Moon. She's got a few of them. She's just going to post one. Alright, and then we consolidate. Alright, and that is it. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do is I'm going to step away. I'm going to put on the step away screen. And actually, I want to put up a poll. It's going to be on YouTube only for right now. And then when we get back, I'll open it up for Twitch, and then we'll see what the results will be. Okay, so it's basically just going to be like, what will the weather be in the story when we write? It'll be cloudy. It'll be sunny. It'll be rainy. It's like going to be February, and I decided the story's set in Florida, so cloudy, sunny, rainy, or I mean, what? Everything else. Their option's windy, I guess. And YouTube only allows me to have up to 4, so we'll start that on YouTube's. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and step away to basically take care of a couple things I should have taken care of before stream, sorry. And I will be right back. Well, that was unfortunate timing. But hey guys, I'm back! I had some things that I had to attend to. Since I don't currently work, I take it upon myself to do some of the basic upkeep of the house. So like refilling the Brita filter and cleaning the robots and taking out the trash and things like that. So, again, this morning I was kind of running around, preparing for my meeting and doing the after meeting homework, so I forgot to do that, so I did that real quick. I also realized as I'm sitting here and I'm looking at the clock, it's 1:30, I should probably be eating lunch at some point, but I'm also not hungry right now, so I'm going to just let it be. I've got plenty of water. I had a half a cup of coffee while I was running around doing the cleaning. So, and when I say coffee, I mean like iced coffee. I brew a bunch and I put it in the fridge. So it's not like I burn my throat to get back to y'all or anything. Not that I wouldn't for you guys are awesome. My brain just went off. But yeah, long and short of it, I'm good. I don't need to worry about getting sustenance. If I need a quick pick-me-up, I've got like a Snickers on my desk. Or we'll just step away again. Whatever happens. Let me... feel like it's kind of dark in here and my camera's not picking up on my movements quite that much. So that seems better. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and when we left off on the story yesterday, Sylvia had gifted a painting to Vanessa. Vanessa was kind of weird about it, but basically it just ended up being like she doesn't like birthday gifts or people worrying about her for her birthday. So that happened, and then Sylvia was left in the car loop, and she's like, "Where's my dad? Isn't he supposed to come pick me up?" And I realized that I had established her as a bus rider earlier in the story, and the car loop was just a one-time thing. But then I retconned that, and I'm like, okay, she's a bus rider because her parents pay for the bus to pick her up, and they can't do that anymore, so now they have to actually go and pick her up. That's where we decided to go with that. And now she's having to call her dad and be like, hey, come pick me up. And so she's in the front office. So last we left off, she's in the front office. I need to call my dad, Sylvia said. I think he forgot to pick me up today. The secretary eyed Sylvia curiously. Don't you normally ride the bus? Sylvia chuckled. I'm gonna say chuckled nervously. About that, not anymore. Apparently I was a special pickup and my parents can't do that anymore. The secretary nodded her understanding and slid a corded phone under the transparent barrier. Here you go. Sylvia thanked the secretary and began to dial her father's phone number. It rang a few times before he answered. Hello? His certain voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad, where are you? Alright, oh, and I forgot to set up the poll for Twitch. So let me do that real quick. That's not what I wanted to do. New poll. What is the weather like? You're cloudy, sunny, rainy, windy. Alright, and then now y'all have 10 minutes to vote on what the weather is going to be like. Oh. I think I stirred up my allergies while I was doing that stuff. It's fine though. Again, if I need to step away, I will. Dad, where are you? Sylvia? His voice came through. Still confused. Yeah? She replied. Where are you? She asked again. A yawn came from his side of the phone. Sorry, he apologized. I took a nap, and I guess I lost track of time. A frown crossed? A frown came. Nah, just Sylvia frowned. How could he lose track of time? Immediately, she felt regretful. She felt regret for that thought. She was always losing track of time. So why couldn't he? It's okay. She forgave him. No. A yawn came from his side of the phone, followed by a sharp gasp of realization. I'll be there as soon as I can be. He promised. See you soon, she replied. They both hung up the phone. And she slid it back to the secretary. Sleep in. The secretary she won't say sleep in. Sounds like someone lost track of time? The secretary asked. It felt like she was making some poor attempt at small talk, but Sylvia was willing to willing to indulge her. She had some time, after all. Yeah, Sylvia answered. Shopping or sleep? Sleep. Sylvia didn't want to elaborate more than that, so she didn't really feel any... She didn't really feel like the secretary was going to ask for more. Anyway. Any estimate on how long that'll take? Well, no, she told the secretary that, yeah. Any estimate on how long she'll take? The woman asked. Sylvia sighed and tried to figure out how long it would take her dad to get from the house to the school. He might need to get changed or take a shower first too. Okay. So that would take 10 minutes for him to get from the house to the school. Actually, 20 to 30 minutes. Man, how far away do they live from the school? Like, my timing on this stuff is like way off. I'm gonna have to do like research. Although that could explain why she takes the bus, or why they have to pay for the bus. So that would take 20 to 30 minutes. For the trip. Depending on traffic. Have to always say depending on traffic. It's a great word fluff. He might need to get changed or take a shower first too. That should add another 5 minutes. 5 or 10 minutes. She did already sort of account for traffic delays and the commute to school, but an extra 5 minutes would give some more buffer. He shouldn't be any more than 30 plus 10 and 45 minutes. 45 minutes, she said. The secretary's eyes nearly jumped out of her skull. Man, what part of Florida do they live in? I mean, they can be the boonies, that's fine. I got distracted by something again. I have a tablet that helps me to track if I get ads or whatever. Speaking of, Twitch is going to get an ad in about 5 minutes. And it shows me things like FPS, skip frames, buffer size, things like that. Now it's an old tablet, mind you, but still. And it gives me things like video stats and ad stats. Well, let's see what I get with ad stats after this ad comes through. If this ad comes through on this device. This device doesn't get all the ads, unfortunately. But we'll see, we'll see. Let's get back to writing. Sylvia sighed and tried to figure out how long it would take her dad to get from... The secretary's eyes nearly jumped out of her skull. We're closing in about 10 minutes. The gates will be closed 30 minutes after that. Do you want to call your father again? And have him meet you somewhere off of the school property? I don't want to... here, yeah, I'll say something like that. She suggested. There's Adele's down the road. Have some fries or something while you wait for him. Sylvia frowned again. Oh, looks like the poll's done. Let me take a look at that. So no votes on YouTube, which is fine. Do we get anything on the Twitch? No results on Twitch either. Okay. This one's not that impactful, so I'm not even going to roll for randomization or anything. We'll just move along. Okay, Sylvia frowned again. She had forgotten that the school closes the way it does in an effort to protect the students and staff who work after hours when there was no resource officer. That might be a good idea, she said. She paused. She said, and the secretary... I want to keep it for the end. Fluff words! Get as many fluff words as you can. The secretary slid the corded phone back over to her. She picked up... Oh, I forgot I was going to do a thing for the... And this does matter for word count, so I'm going to come back up a couple paragraphs. Alright, so I'm gonna just... So, secretary nodded her understanding, slid a quarter phone under the transparent barrier. Here you go. She took the receiver off of the hook and then stared at the numbers in front of her. What was her dad's number again? She looked from the old phone to the secretary and then back down to the old phone. She started. Forgot the number? The secretary asked good-naturedly. Sylvia nodded. Can I pull out my cell phone and just call him? The secretary shook her head. Sorry. You can pull it out. To take a look at his number, but you've got to put it away. You got to put it away right afterward. That's... Sylvia started, only to be cut off by the older woman. Those are the rules. Alright, Twitch, there's an ad coming for y'all. Those are the rules. She explained, having heard the argument several times over. I can allow you to pull out the phone, to look at something, but I cannot allow you to actively use it. Sighing because the school's rules felt more archaic than helpful. Sylvia nodded fine. She pulled out her phone, unlocked it, scrolled to her father's information, and then scrolled to her father's information to read and remember her father's cell phone number, and then turned the screen off and put the device back into its pouch in her backpack. This time she picked the receiver off of the phone and began to dial her father's phone number. Okay, there we go. Back to where we left off. She picked up the receiver once again and dialed the number she had just dialed a few moments ago. This time it barely rang once before he had answered. Hello? He sounded confused as he answered this time. That is me, Sylvia said, more rushed than she was a few moments ago. Can you pick me up at Adele's down the street? It's the little diner on the corner. Yeah, I can do that, he answered, still sounding confused. Why? Oh, so the ad came and gone. The tablet did not register the ad, so I didn't get any ad information. Oh well. Back to where it was. Yeah, I can do that, he answered, still sounding confused. Why? The school gates are probably going to close before you get here. Excuse me, she explained. Uncertainty was back in his was in his voice, although he answered, okay, sure, I'll pick you up at Adele's today. Adele's today. Alright. I'm not sure where to go with this. Like, this was a turn that I didn't expect to happen, and so this is kind of drawing the chapter out longer than expected. It's better to have too much than too little. Okay, so where were we? Thanks. See you soon, Sylv. Alright. And... okay, so... Excuse me. Sylvia's father didn't take long to pick her up at all. It was she had after the call, she had immediately left the school to go to the restaurant, diner. She didn't order, she stepped into the establishment, took a seat at the first available booth, and pulled out her phone. The waitress stepped up to... Yeah, I joke on timeline, but this is on a whole nother level. So, walking from the school to the diner that's on the corner of the block shouldn't take 10 to 15 minutes. Like, I get that she gave an overblown estimate of how long her dad will take to get there, but I don't think it's gonna be that overblown. Okay. Either way, this will probably get cut in the end, but we're gonna just roll with it. To ask her what she wanted to order, and the teenager shook her head politely. Sorry, I'm just waiting for someone. Waiting for someone, she explained. The waitress looked annoyed, as she should be. The waitress... looked annoyed, but otherwise politely nodded her head. Okay. Hope they don't make you wait for too long. Oh no! The yawns have started. I did it to myself. Me too. Sylvia agreed. What word did I just write? Aggressed? Agreed. Sylvia barely had time to open her phone, look at a scroll through. How many notifications do teenagers get on their cell phones in a school day? Probably from apps. I'll say, and how many notifications do I get on my phone throughout the day? Ooh, we have a few. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll say 10. Scroll through 10 application notifications and open her social media before her dad stepped into the establishment. Do you want to create drama? No, let's not create drama. Unless you guys want it. Let me know if you guys want drama. She saw him step in from where she was seated beside the door. Because of the potted plant that was just right at the window, he couldn't have seen her. while he was walking up to the diner. She gave him a wave, but but he didn't see it immediately. Instead, he scanned the diner with his he let his gaze pan over the diner before he saw Sylvia and walked over to join her. He did not sit down at her booth. "You ready?" he asked. His hair was combed, but his clothes were wrinkled, and he looked like he needed to take care of his chin hairs that were growing in from earlier in the day. "Yeah," she answered. Sylvia, she answered as she turned off her phone and began to pack it away back into her backpack. A few moments later, the two were making their way out of the front door of Adele's diner and toward the car. "You know," Sylvia said, "apparently they have good fries there." "You know," her father retorted. "I make some pretty good fries myself." "Do you?" she asked, suddenly curious. "I don't make them often, because they require deep frying, and deep fried potatoes is actually trickier than you think at home." But yeah, continued. Hold on. But yeah, I can make the best seasoned potato. I can make the best French fries. They're not too thin, not too thick, crispy on the outside, not ooey gooey, soft on the inside, and seasoned just right. I know what makes them tonight. So yeah. Excuse me, dang it. It'd be a nice treat for Mom after her day at work. He laughed. It would be a treat, wouldn't it? It would be a treat. I don't think we've got the potatoes, though. We're out and about, Sylvia suggested. We can stop by the store. Her dad shook his head with a firm no. Your mother and I have agreed to spend only what we've budgeted for. That means no random. Excuse me. Dang it. That means no random, even if it creates the world's best potatoes. Potatoes. I'm hungry now. Okay. Of course I keep talking about potatoes, and I've got potato soup in the fridge waiting for me. But no, we'll worry about that in a bit. I'll have lunch at like 2:30, 3 o'clock, so we got about 30 minutes. My dad shook his head with a firm no. Only what we budgeted for. That means no random potato runs, even if it means the world's best potatoes. Sylvia opened her car door, set down her backpack, and then slid into the passenger seat. She leaned back to buckle in and looked over at her father as he did much of the same. Well, even if it's not potatoes, you can still make dinner tonight, right? She asked. Do something nice for her? Oh, her dad said, surprised at the suggestion. Of course. I was planning on doing that anyway, he said. The surprise must have been from the idea that his daughter didn't think that he would do something special for his wife's first day of work in over a decade. You were? She asked. She was also surprised. She didn't think that he was actually planning on it. At least nothing more than maybe something easy like spaghetti. What were you planning on making? He grimaced at the question and began to start the car and the drive home. That, unfortunately, requires more preparation. He answered cryptically. Cryptically? What do you mean by that? Sylvia pressed. Excuse me, sorry. Whew. Oh, that was surprising. Alright, I think we'll go till 2:30. I'll run a 3-minute ad. No, I'll run an ad at 2:30 so that we just bypass the ad there, and then I'll take my lunch break from 2:30 to 3, and then everybody can have like some time to stand up and stretch and whatnot. What do you mean by that? Sylvia pressed. She was not going to let him get away with any non-answers. Anyway. What do you mean by that, Celia Prest? He was... What's this message? One part of each. Okay. That's fine. Okay. It means, he said, that when we get home, I'm going to need to go through the cupboards to determine what we have currently available and plan around that. Worst case scenario, we have spaghetti. Alright, so it looks like chat's, or the bot's getting a little on the spammy side. I'm gonna adjust things just a little bit. Sylvia made a face, made a sour expression. Not spaghetti. That's not a celebration meal. Your mom likes it. He pointed out. Alright, so let me adjust some of these timers here. So the one that we're gonna do the point system and the baby DJ awareness. We're not stopping them. Okay. No, that's... Oh, that's a different time. Oh. Okay, here we go. Period delay here, 3 minutes. Milliseconds. Gotta look that up. Give me 1 sec, guys. I can do that. Alright. Okay. Double checking a couple things. Yep. And this one is baby DJ timer. Nope, not that one. Charity timer. No. Excuse me. Ads. Yes, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna just... Told you guys my allergies would be kicking in. Alright, so that's ads. So we're gonna add... Oh, that's seconds though. Dang it. I'll just... I'll upload them now. There we go. Do something like this. It's... Because I do the random stuff, it just makes it... Well, random. But that's fine. Okay. Alright, so back to the story. It means, he said, that when we get home, I'm going to need to go through the cupboards to determine what we have currently available and plan around that. Worst case scenario, we have spaghetti. Sylvia made a sour expression. Not spaghetti. That's not a celebration meal. Your mom likes it, he pointed out. I feel like that's... yeah. That's juvenile. Sylvia said in return. Her dad cast a couple shocked glances her way. Her dad did a double take. There we go. Casting a couple of shocked and almost appalled glances her way. She had no idea why he was looking at her like that. Oh, she's so naive. She had no idea he was looking at her like that. Spaghetti is juvenile. She defended her argument. Her dad let out a laugh that almost sounded relieved. Oh, sweet summer child. Alright, here, I'm gonna share this because I was talking about writing with my friend last night. Give me a minute. Hold on. Although I don't think the scene will stay in, I think... There we go. Sorry, I wanted to make sure that snippet with my friend before I forgot about it. Her dad let out a laugh that almost sounded relieved. Well, he continued. Well, he said, we'll see what we have available at home. than what we can work with. If it's got to be spaghetti, then we'll have... If it's got to be spaghetti, then that's what it'll have to be. Maybe we can dress it up. If it is, though, maybe we can dress it up somehow and make it fancy somehow. How can you make spaghetti fancy? Silly asked. Use your imagination. Her dad replied. Add other things to the sauce. Try a different sauce altogether. Use different meat. Go meatless. There are actually a lot of options. Sorry, I'm at a loss for words right now. Sorry, guys. Use your imagination, her dad replied. Add other things to the sauce, try a different sauce altogether, use different meat, go meatless. There are actually a lot of options. Leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. She wasn't sure what could be done to spaghetti to make it any different than noodles and red sauce, sometimes with bits of ground beef added to it. She knew that there were lots of people who liked spaghetti with meatballs, taking that ground beef and turning it into a sphere. But she didn't like the thought of having to work around large balls of meat. I am a juvenile. I am a juvenile. I am a child. It is fine. Oof, there we go. Checking out a couple of notifications that I got. Okay. Where was I? Okay, yeah. But she didn't like the thought of having to work around large balls of meat to eat her spaghetti. However, the thought of not having any meat in her spaghetti at all was just as unappealing. Noodles and plain sauce was boring. The meal definitely needed the meat. Did it have to be ground beef though? She pondered. Maybe they could add chicken. if they had any. She imagined the meal with cut up chicken. With cut up chicken instead of pieces of ground beef. It could be interesting. It would almost be like that Hawaiian pizza they had a while back. Maybe, she said, still trying to picture the meal. We can do a Hawaiian spaghetti. Hawaiian spaghetti? Her dad asked curiously. Curiosity in his voice. There we go. Add those extra words. Yeah. Like Hawaiian pizza, but with spaghetti instead of a pizza pie. She explained. What would go in it? He asked. Well, you've got the noodles. For some reason, I feel like she is not acting like she's a senior in high school, but not everybody can be a genius like my child. And I know I was pretty naive, so. Anyway, where were we? Well, you've got the noodles and the sauce. Instead of adding ground beef, we can add cut up pieces of chicken. Then we can also add things like pineapple and onion to the sauce. She said, recalling the individual elements that were on the Hawaiian pizza they had ordered a while back. Aren't you afraid that will impact the sauce? The spaghetti sauce? He asked, genuinely curious about his daughters. Meal idea. I want to actually rephrase that. Are you afraid of those ingredients? They might, she admitted. But that's kind of the point, right? To impact the flavor of the sauce so it mimics the Hawaiian pizza. Yeah. Her father drove in silence for a couple moments as he debated the idea. If we've got the ingredients for it, he started. Then we can certainly give it a try. Ooh, I have another idea for a poll! Alright. So, Twitch has more viewers, so we're going to go ahead and start with Twitch. This poll will run on YouTube, though, throughout the lunch break. Actually, we don't have very many viewers in either place, so we're just going to... And I know Twitch chat allows people to see stuff after the fact, so... Oh, I'm torn. Do I want... You know, I want to run an ad anyway, so I'm actually going to start it on YouTube, and then I'll run the ad and put up the poll, and also put something in chat too. So YouTube goes first, actually. Sorry, Twitch. Start a poll. Will Hawaiian pizza be... No. Hawaiian spaghetti sauce be successful? Yes, no. Oh no, no ingredients for them to try. Oh no, they didn't have the ingredients to try. Ah! Ingredients. Sad face. Start poll. I like this idea. I'm actually kind of wanting to try it in real life now. Alright, okay, so we're just going to chill out for a couple moments here, wait for the time to tick over. Doing a couple minor edits as I wait for the time to tick over. Well, is that... Alright, it's 2:30, so Twitch, you are getting an ad. Enjoy. My device still hasn't gotten any ads, which is kind of annoying. It is a device I did inherit from my husband, so maybe he's got some sort of ad blocker or something on it. Alright, the next ad won't be for now another hour and 15 minutes. Nice. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and put up the poll for Twitch. New poll. How did I word it on? Will Hawaiian spaghetti sauce be successful? Yes. No. Oh no, they didn't have the... Oh, that's right. They... No ingredients for it. I have to make it actually shorter than the Twitch or the YouTube version. Okay, anyway. So we're starting the poll. So I'm gonna put something in the thing. Poll submitted. But if you miss it while we are on break, feel free to comment in the chat. Will a spaghetti sauce made with Hawaiian pizza ingredients be successful? Or should we say the family didn't have the ingredients? Alright, but now we're going to have a lunch break. All right, lunch break till 3 till about 3 Eastern. Get up, stretch, get some nom-noms, and de-shrimp, and de-shrimp. See you shortly. All right. Oh, I can't have... Oh, I should probably create... Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna pin it. And message. We have a... I don't know how that... Oh, okay, it doesn't. I'll manually unpin, thank you. Alright, so I will be back in about 30-ish minutes, probably sooner, because we got a lot of writing to get done today, and I've just been gabbing away. Yep. Yeah, today is a highly distracted day. But I will be back in about 30-ish minutes, and I'll see you shortly. Hey guys, well, come back, and yay, welcome back to me too, I suppose. I hope you guys had a great lunch. I had potato soup, and it was delicious. I took care of a couple of personal items as well. I had a, let me unpin the lunch break notices. I had a couple of personal things to do, and I actually realized what I can do to help reduce some of this unpin some of this bot spam, and that's shot straight up to the top of my to-do list, or my Toto list as I like to call it. Still slightly distracted, but I think I'm okay. I actually feel like I sound tinny, even though I can't even hear myself. I'm just, like, I feel like I'm echoing in the room that I'm currently in. So that's interesting. But anyway, where were we? We were going ahead and we were writing. Okay, yeah, Hawaiian sauce. Okay, so I'm just scrolling up to see if anybody did mention anything about the Hawaiian sauce. No, nobody did. Okay, and there were no votes. Well, hold on. I closed the one for Twitch, but okay, yeah. So there were no votes. So this one is actually going to be randomized. So why do I delete poll? Like, Twitch just gave me the option to delete a poll. Why would I delete a poll? It's over. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and we are going to roll, see what the result is. And we have 3 options, so 1 or 2 is yes. 3 or 4 is no. And remember, the question is, will Hawaiian pizza sauce? No. Will Hawaiian spaghetti sauce be successful? And then 5 to 6. No ingredients, because they are limited. What they have in the pantry. So, let's go! We got a 5, so they don't have the ingredients. Alright. My activity feed on my Twitch is just filled with polls, all the polls. And yeah, I'm gonna have to consolidate all those. Anyway, my brain just stopped. Damn it. Guys, help me out. Oh, right. Getting to writing. Okay, his father drove down the side. We got it. If we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry that you didn't have the ingredients for it. Sylvia's mother comforted Sylvia and her husband as they sat down at the dinner table. This was a square table, a rectangular table. Rectangular table. That was bigger than their breakfast table and could hold a few more people if they decided to host anything. So I'm gonna actually Google it. Guys, okay, I'm gonna put up distracted because I am just easily distracted. Like, I'm not working on anything else, but I'm just easily distracted. Hi, Chase. I cannot think of the name with Sylvia in a serious manner anymore without thinking of AI laugh at my own jokes. I mean, I've never heard of that, so I'll just have to take your word for it. Maybe I'll check it out off stream later. Alright, so I'm putting up the distracted flag because I'm just all over the place right now. I'm going to look up to see if Hawaiian spaghetti sauce is even a recipe, because that sounds honestly kind of delicious. Hawaiian spaghetti recipe. Spaghetti soy sauce. No, that's no. Oh, Del Monte has a recipe. Garlic, onion, mushroom, I can live without that. Filipino style spaghetti sauce. Okay, what does that mean? Ham, tidbits, cheese. Yeah, that really sounds good. I'm gonna just talk to my husband about making it sometime. Comedy YouTuber and someone who's unhinged. Okay, that sounds kind of fun. I honestly chose Sylvia because it means of the woods or something like that. And you know, it's fall, so what's better than to honor the woods than Sylvia? All right. Sylvia's mother comforted her and her husband as they sat down. This was a rectangular table that was bigger than the breakfast table and could hold if they decided to host anything. When Sylvia and her father had come home that afternoon, I'm getting a glare on my screen, hold on. Go. Come home that afternoon, they checked the pantries to see what was available. Regrettably, no, that's for like a letter. Cecilia's dismay, they did not have the ingredients needed for the Hawaiian spaghetti sauce that she had been envisioning. They had the ingredients for spaghetti. Yeah, I'll just keep it. They had the ingredients for spaghetti, however. They had the ingredients for spaghetti, but Sylvia vetoed any thought of making that pasta dish, in any manner other than her vision. So her father had to look for other options. Let's see. Instead of spaghetti, he took some chicken breast, covered it in spices and honey, cooked it, and served it alongside rice and salad. I think that's tonight's dinner, actually. Sweet and spicy chicken. Looking forward to it. Okay, instead of spaghetti, I took some chicken breast covered in spices and served it alongside. It was ready just as he had served it just as Sylvia's mother had come home from her first day as a doctor's office assistant. claiming, like, I know I should, like, it makes sense to just kind of narrate how the thing's going along, but we should also talk about it. But we talked about it's kind of like, well, we like fluff. We like fluff. It's November novel challenge time. We like fluff. We like fluff, and that's what editing is for, our keywords. Not keywords, key phrases. Catchphrases. Words are hard right now, guys. I just had lunch, my brain's all over the place. Please forgive. Okay, alright. Something smells good, she commented as she walked into the home, almost immediately kicking off her painful shoes off her sneakers. Writers spend more time than expecting parents on baby names websites choosing a baby name. I completely understand. I've done very much the same. I actually, how do I put it? That's why I try to, like, not every character gets this treatment, but sometimes if it's a character in a specific type of story and I want to give the character a type of connotation, I try to look up on baby name websites similar, like, not necessarily baby name websites, but like a word or like a deity or something like that that kind of resembles what the persona of the character is going to be like, and then I edit it, like I change PH to F or F to PH and like a few other things, and then I'm like, okay, so what's the closest name to that, and then I go for that, and if it's a fantasy story then I go like full forward with the fantasy name. What do you write? And are you doing a November challenge? Something smells good, she commented, almost immediately kicking off her sneakers. Into the far corner. Oh yeah, we didn't mention that it's like early February. Okay. Dad's making dinner, Sylvia chimed, as she looked up from her homework. In the middle of the living room floor. Who is he now? She asked and peered toward the kitchen. I am, he called from the kitchen. Writing an AO3 fanfic. You're going to have to remind me what AO3 stands for, because I do not... It's not ringing any bells. Sorry. Archive of, oh, so the 3's a superset 3. Okay, cool. I've never heard of it. But I mean, there's a bajillion things I'm sure I've never heard of, so that's pretty cool that you're writing a fanfic about that. It's been a while since I've done fanfic. But I did fanfic a lot. I think that was mostly what I wrote when I was younger. So definitely keep writing and enjoy is the important part. I am, he called from the kitchen. What's for dinner? She asked. Food was his single word reply. Sylvia rolled her eyes at her dad's response, but kept her head down. She was trying, and not really succeeding, at figuring out some math problem it required. She figured it required one of the formulas they had learned about earlier in the day, but the numbers just weren't fitting. Eventually, Sylvia finished her math homework. Her mother changed out of her work clothes and into some casual, and into a t-shirt and lounge pants. And her father finished making dinner. They were now seated around the dining table, and Sylvia explained what her dad had ended up making and what they had originally hoped to create. Well, the sweet and spicy chicken looks good. Looks good, her mother complimented, before taking a bite. Tastes good too. Oops, I forgot about that action. Tastes good too, she. The family continued to eat. The family began. I don't say dig in. Began their dinner together. The first few moments remaining in silence as they each not devoured. They each enjoyed the first bites of the meal. Finally, Sylvia's father spoke up and asked, "How was the first day?" Her mother smiled around her fork and waited a few moments to finish her bite before answering. It was good. Oh, lots of goods. I'm gonna have to use different verbiage here. I learned a lot. I learned a lot from the other girls, and I don't think I even know half of the protocols yet. What do you do? Sylvia asked curiously. She wasn't a nurse, her mother wasn't a nurse anymore. Her mother wasn't currently a nurse. Just an assistant for a doctor's office. What would she need to do to learn so many protocols for? Well, her mother replied thoughtfully, I've got to intake patients and help with scheduling. Reverse that. I've got to help with the scheduling and then help with patient intake as they come in or get recommended by their hospitals. I need to know how to field questions when patients come in, when patients call for any questions. I need to know which questions I can answer and which are better left to the nurse and doctors, she explained. There's also some charting that while I can't do it myself, I can give it a quick glance and make sure the nurses and doctors have filled everything out accurately, she sighed. And then there's office maintenance, backing up the data, and some data entry. Wouldn't the data entry be related to the patient intake? Sylvia's father asked. Her mother shook her head. No, not quite. It's similar, yes. But we also need to enter things like what prescriptions were recommended, how often the patient needs to be seen after intake, and other data like that. Sounds like a lot, Sylvia commented. It is, her mother acknowledged, but at least, tripping over my words. Okay, it is, her mother acknowledged, but okay, we need to, it is, but at least we get paid well for it. She smiled a bit. And the other girls there, they're nice. They understand I've been out of the industry. They understand. So they've been patient. And have been teaching me all the new toys they get to use. Toys? Sylvia asked. Her mother laughed. A lot of time, a lot of things have changed since I was a nurse. she explained. A lot of documentation was pen and paper and physical file folders with forms and paperwork inside. Now a lot of it is digital and entered on the computer. That's why backups are so important. Sylvia nodded slowly. She sort of understood what her mother was talking about. She imagined the folders and whatnot that she normally carried around for class, and instead of writing everything on paper, she just entered it into a laptop or something. That would definitely make going to school much easier and faster. That sounds cool. I wrote good, but I meant cool. That sounds cool, she stated. But then it makes the work go by faster. Her mom shrugged. It sort of does, she acknowledged. But I'm also very new to the role, and it could be more me learning all of the things. It could be more. The start of your fanfic is going to be unique because it's going to be the MC and his friend talking in Discord voice chat. Oh, that'll be fun. So it'll be chaotic, is what I'm reading. But I'm very new to the role, and but I'm also very new to the role, and that could be affecting my perception on how fast things go. We'll see in about 3 months how much the digital revolution has affected the role. In fairness, her father spoke up. It's also not exactly the same role you had before you retired. It sounds like there's some overlap, sure, but the overall duties are different, right? Her mother nodded. That is correct. That is correct. The work will be. The work is, she corrected herself, much different. So it's like comparing apples to oranges. Sylvia posited as a question. Mother sat back and contemplated the question. Not quite. Come on. She finally answered. It's more like comparing tangerines to oranges. They're very similar, but also have a lot of different qualities. Ooh. Okay. Sylvia now sat back in her seat, contemplating her mother's description. The only person now hunched over their plate and eating was her father. He didn't seem to mind the lull in conversation. Tangerines were much smaller than oranges, and the skins were different too. Also, they were often sweeter. She wondered if the comparison was that oranges were bigger, and so nurses were bigger, because they had more work to do. But tangerines were much smaller and were sweeter because office assistants packed a punch. That didn't make sense. I literally wrote that down. That didn't make sense. Alright, Alright, I'm gonna go mute myself for a second. Alright. Accidentally did the good thing again, which is fine. Good things are good. I like good things. Twitch viewers, there is going to be an ad coming up in 4 or 5 minutes. I feel like the music's loud. I'm going to turn that down a tiny bit. It could just be me, but there we go. Whew. I got a lot of emails to go through after stream is done. We have over an hour though, so plenty of time left to have that on the back of my brain and possibly be distracted by it. Oh, actually, speaking of distractions. Oh, nice. My smarty pants child. Okay, there was something else. Oh yeah, the timer. Looks like the Twitch timer is a little bit on the needs to be adjusted side. So what's the last one? The sunsetting of the Twitch points. That'll go away soon, so I'm just going to actually keep that as it is. Okay, so where were we? I know I wrote a bunch of this while I was muted, so sorry. Her mother smirked at him that they couldn't bear the thought of starting the day without me. Really? asked Sylvia? That made it seem like her mother was pretty important in the role, although she just started. I feel like in a lot of these cases making Sylvia way more naive than she needs to be. So that's going to need to be edited. No, her mother chuckled. I was just trying to be a smartass like your father tends to be. Didn't succeed, he smugly replied. Her mother responded by sticking her tongue out at him, and the family all had a good laugh. After the laughter had quieted down, her mother turned her attention toward Sylvia. So, this is the last year you'll have a sweetheart dance. Did you get asked by anyone to go? Sylvia blinked. I figure this is a good time as any to introduce the fact that this is early February. Oh! Oh! Accidentally yanked my own cord. That would not be good. Okay. Sylvia blinked. This is... I don't want to write this. Well, I do want to write it, but I don't know how to go. Yeah. It feels cringe right now, is what my problem is. Okay. Sylvia blinked. The sweetheart dance was the school's annual Valentine's Day dance. And it was going to be held this Friday with a capital F, which was the day before Valentine's Day. Oh, excuse me. No, she answered slowly. Why would I? Her mother shrugged. just thought someone may have asked you at some point. She glanced over at her husband before going back to eat her food. Why would you think that? Sylvia asked. She had never been to any of the school dances. Not for the holidays, not for, not for homecoming. Is that capitalized? Well, I'll find out during editing. And she didn't plan to go to prom either. Particular reason. Another answer. I'm taking a bite of salad. She's just curious. Her father chimed in. You weren't planning on going. That's fine. Okay, we can wrap up the scene soon. Okay, putting up a poll. Do we want to continue with this day or move on to another day? Just more viewers. I'll put up there first. 10-minute poll. Continue current day or move on? Current day, move on. Start poll. All right, and then poll getting put up on YouTube's side of things. Continue current day or move on. Current day, move on. Okay. Alright. Y'all have about 10 minutes. Then I'll check the results. She's just curious. If you aren't planning on going, that's fine, Syl. Sylvia shrunk back into her seat. She could go if she wanted to. She didn't need to have a date. But it was a sweetheart dance. So anyone who was going would need to have a date. That just made sense. Sylvia hadn't had a boyfriend since last year. It was a decently, it was what she considered a long relationship. 4 months. They got to get cuffing season. They got together around just before Thanksgiving break and ended a couple days after, actually before Valentine's Day. Yeah, I spelled that wrong. Give me a sec. His name was Craig, and she thought he was cute. And he thought, and he said the same of her. She was smitten. Well, that is definitely not the word I meant. She was smitten by his attention. And they spent a good portion of their break, their Thanksgiving, and Christmas breaks, spending time together. He could drive and would often pick her up so they could hang out at the mall or the beach or even at his house and watch movies. Watch at his house. By the time they broke up, they were both pretty much used to each other, and hanging out didn't quite feel the same way anymore. And breaking up made sense to the both of them. Since then, Sylvia hadn't been in any relationship. She certainly had her fair share of crushes, but she didn't want to pursue any of them. Not if they ended up the same way her relationship with Craig ended up. Alright, let me respond to this one email real quick. Sorry, guys. I feel like it was sent a while ago and just like, make sure to reply. Take care of that. Okay. An ad caught my attention. Sorry, I'm back with y'all. Okay, where was I? Okay, we're still waiting on the results of the poll. So okay, anyway. Since then, Silly crashes, not that they ended up. And she didn't want to go to any dance that required a date alone. She might be able to ask someone and just go as friends, but even that felt wrong. It was a sweetheart dance. It was designed for couples, not people pretending to be couples. Yeah. she said after a lengthy amount of silence. Okay, itchy, itchy. Yeah, I don't plan on going. Both of her parents nodded their acknowledgement. Checking something out on my end. Okay, looks like we got... Alright, we need to adjust one of the things to the points. The points adds. Not the sunset, but the points adds. Excuse me. Oh. Oh. Here. Why is that? We'll just do 90. Okay. Alright, sorry, I was adjusting points. Okay, where was I? Both of our parents wanted the acknowledgement. There was no need or any further discussion regarding the dance. The table fell into silence once more as the trio finished their delicious dinner that Sylvia's father had slaved over for 20 minutes. Had made for them. Dinner was delicious. Thank you, dear. Sylvia's mother complimented once again. It was my genuine pleasure. Genuine pleasure. I don't think I spelled that correctly. He replied with a smile in her direction. Well, I guess it is spelled correctly. Yay! Oh me. Alright. Poll has ended. It looks like we are moving on. Okay. Alright. Yeah, nothing further to say. Okay, so... So now, like, this is my big question. Like, I have, like, little subplots in my brain, but I don't know how to make this a big, overarching novel. Like, yes, this character has problems. She's run into issues. But what is her resolution? Like, I started the story thinking, okay, maybe she's going to be neurodivergent, and this is going to be her arc discovering her superpowers as neurodivergent, like relative superpowers, not like actual superpowers. But I don't think that's definitely not where the story is going. It's turning out to be kind of more slice of lifey and not. It's kind of also got that romance element where I didn't plan on it being a romance element, but it might be. It's actually, yeah. want to have it end up being a romance element, but not quite a reciprocal, unfortunately. So there is that. Yeah, this is going to be a terrible young adult novel. Sorry, guys. But let's go ahead and we'll keep going. So we're moving on. We'll do later that week, same week. No, we'll jump ahead. April, late March, early May, April. Okay, we'll go with that. Let's see. A few months had passed. Months had passed. Normally I have like what story beat I want to do next, but I'm not, because I'm doing this so impromptu. Some of these are pretty difficult. Okay, a few months. No. We'll just go several weeks. That's better. Several weeks had passed. And Sylvia found herself more and more dreading mid-May. She still didn't know what she wanted to do. She had applied at a few places, thinking she could turn those into a career, but no one ever called her back. Shock. Called her back. She could try to get her art out there and sell that, but would it be enough to actually make a living off of? She went online once to see how other people were selling their art. And they were either selling them for exorbitant prices, or sending the pictures to some sort of press and mass producing them for cheap prices that Sylvia seriously doubted she could live off of. Neither option seemed like a feasible path, especially for a kid that was just about to graduate high school. Celia? The question, someone asking, someone calling out to her, snapped her out of her mental fugue. Sylvia was in the middle school, of the school day and had been staring intently at a piece of pizza, a rectangular piece of pizza, because we have to have that detail, that was in her hand. She blinked and looked across the table at a frowning Vanessa. Most of Vanessa's tray had been cleared. I'm sorry, what? I asked if you had any plans for... Nope. Sorry. For prom? Vanessa asked. The young woman furrowed her brows at the question. I don't think I'm going, was her response. You're not? Vanessa asked, surprised. Sylvia shook her head. I don't go to the school dances, she explained. Excuse me. I haven't gone to any. In all of my time here. Why not? Vanessa continued to ask. Sylvia shrugged. I just don't find them interesting. Just never wanted to. She explained. I just never wanted to, she explained. I know a lot of people have fun at them. I just never found the appeal for myself. First, you've gotta dress up and put on makeup and jewelry. Get your hair all fancy. And then you go and you sweat with a bunch of other people in a tight cafeteria, blaring too loud music for a few hours. The facility feeds you maybe some chips and soda to keep you energized. And then you go home. And for all what for? So you can crash and feel sore the next day and not have anything to show for it? Vanessa smiled sadly at her friend. No, thank you. And then prom, on top of all of that, is 10 times worse because it costs 10 times as much to do all that and rent a car and all the other stuff just for prom. It's not worth it. she declared. Vanessa smiled sadely at her friend. What about the memories? Sylvia blinked. Blinked. And then immediately shook her head. You can make memories anywhere. You don't need to spend a bunch of money and sweat like a pig just to do it. Okay. Invite a bunch of people to my place and we can throw a dance party without needing to dress up or spend all of that money. But dressing up is fun, Vanessa pointed out. It can be, to some people, Sylvia admitted. And the prom is supposed to be the seniors only dance to remember. It's to create memories. Just with the people you came through school with. Sylvia shook her head. No, if that was the case, then you wouldn't be going. You go to someone else's prom with the school you were at for the last several years. A lot of people wouldn't go to this one. A lot of people who moved would come back just for the dance. That doesn't make sense. Sighed. You're right. It doesn't make sense. But apply that sort of logic to it. But it's still is supposed to represent the last dance you'll ever have with the people that you're going to graduate with. Sylvia couldn't really refute that last statement. Oh, one sec, guys. Forgot to mute a thing, but I'll... Yeah. Okay. I'll address that later. We have about 45 minutes, so we'll try. I'll take myself off distracted and we'll try to focus. Okay. Sylvia couldn't really refute that last statement. Instead, she took a bite out of her lukewarm pizza and chewed thoughtfully. If I went, would you go? Vanessa asked randomly. Vanessa blinked and swallowed her bite. Probably not, but why? Because it seems fun. Her friend pointed out. At least I think dressing up and spending an evening with your friends can be fun. I mean, Sylvia started. If that's what you want to do, then by all means, I hope you have fun, she answered and shrugged. Frowned across the table at Sylvia. You wouldn't want to go? Even if I was going to? Sylvia shook her head. No, no. I'm just not interested. Vanessa stared hard at Sylvia. Okay, I need to make this a poll because I feel like this is definitely going somewhere. That's the wrong button. There we go. Oh, Twitch and YouTube are tied. So Twitch had it first, so YouTube gets it this time. Does Vanessa have feelings for Sylvia? Yes, no. Fairly straightforward. We can get into the nuanced nitty-gritty and all that stuff later. New poll. Does Vanessa have feelings for Sylvia? Yes, no. Start poll. Alright. We have 10 minutes for that poll. And if we don't get any results, then I will do the roll of a die. Stared at Sylvia for a long time. Only silence was had at the table for several moments. Finally, Vanessa closed her eyes, let out a long breath that she had been holding, and started to get up from the table. Where are you going? Sylvia blinked as her friend started to leave the table early. Vanessa didn't answer at first, keeping her gaze downward as she collected her tray and other lunch items to dispose of. Finally, she answered in a whisper. Sorry, I'm not feeling great. She turned away from Sylvia and deposited the tray and the trash into the appropriate receptacle. That just needs to be edited. Receptacle. And pushed the doors to the cafeteria open. So she can walk through and leave. Sylvia sat still in her seat in stunned silence. Vanessa? She asked, the air after her friend had long left. Still have a bit to go before we move on to this scene. A snicker caught her attention, and Sylvia turned to see a couple of undergraduates for college. Junior, senior. A couple of freshman boys. Sitting a table away, looking over at her. Did your girlfriend leave? One asked. Yeah. Did you two break up? Another jeered. Queer. A third, who obviously didn't have much to say, tried to join the bullying. Sylvia glared not only at those three, but the rest of the crowd they sat with, who were staring her down. Go up, she said, and stood, she said, and turned back away from them. They erupted in laughter. Thinking that her response was a win for their moronic display. She shook her head and then stood up. The boys called out to her, calling her names and calling her names and using phrases intended to elicit a reaction. But she ignored them. Instead, Sylvia gathered her things. And followed the path that Vanessa took out of the cafeteria. Only stopping momentarily to deposit her lunch tray into the waste bin. At the waste bin. Well, that is definitely not tray, lunch tray at the waste bin. Yeah, some of these, like, I love these errors. But they're so silly sometimes, I swear. Okay. Why is waste bin underlined? It's not spelled wrong. I mean, it's probably just gonna say it's 2 words, not 1. Yeah. Which is fine by me. Word fluff! Okay, we've got about 30 minutes left. Finally, Sylvia finally found Vanessa. The polls are still running. So we can't do anything yet. Okay. Sylvia finally found Vanessa. No. Sylvia glanced at her watch. There were only about 10 minutes. Yeah, we don't need to create a scene for that. Sylvia glanced at her watch. There were only about 10 minutes left in the lunch period. As she was going to find her friend and figure out what was wrong, she had to do it quick. She had to do it quickly. She glanced in either direction of the hallway. There was no indication on which direction Vanessa had taken when she left the dining room, or the cafeteria, rather. There also wasn't anyone around who could help determine which direction the brunette had gone. Alright, okay, poll is done. Let's take a look. Alright, so YouTube says no, Vanessa does not have feelings for Sylvia. And Twitch says no votes on Twitch. Okay, so it is a no. Alright, so let's see what's going on here. There also wasn't anyone around who could help determine which direction the brunette had gone. With a deep sigh, don't need the comma there. With a deep sigh, Sylvia tried to remember what class Vanessa had after lunch this semester. She didn't recall the name of it, but she remembered vividly because it happened almost daily. That calling it, but she remembered vividly because it happened almost daily, that they would leave through these doors and take a left before they parted at the stairwell, or at the first hallway. Sylvia would keep going down the corridor while Vanessa would veer off toward her classroom. That must be where she was going. Where she was. That must be where she was. Waiting at the door to her class. Sylvia turned and made her way. Sylvia turned and walked briskly toward the first hallway and peered down the corridor. She didn't see anyone here, although she saw a handful of kids loitering around. None of them were Vanessa. She frowned. Where had her friend gone? To her left was the door to a restroom. Maybe she had gone in there? See, that's 2 on the nose, but we can work with that. She took a step back and started to turn back to the main corridor when she saw the door to the girls' bathroom. Door to the girls' bathroom out of the corner of her eye. Bathrooms are gross, but maybe Vanessa was in there. She did say she wasn't feeling too great. Internally, Sylvia got a sense of unease at thinking, this is probably most likely going to get edited out, but we're going to go with the flow here, about what her friend was going through. But she still felt a duty to her friend nonetheless. She had to check up on her and make sure she was feeling okay. With a steadying sigh. Nope. With a steadying breath, Sylvia grasped the door handle and pulled it open so she could step through. Almost as soon as she did, she heard echoes of a whimper and a shuddering sigh. it wasn't words, but she could still tell whose voice that sigh came from. Vanessa? Sylvia called out, stepping further into the tiled. I'm sure bathrooms haven't changed since I've gone to high school. They're probably still tiled and they're still not well kept, and all the stalls are there, and there's probably one or two that are broken. That's my assumption right now anyway. The shuddering sighs immediately stopped. Vanessa, I know you're in here, Sylvia said, putting a hand on her hip. Just want to make sure you're okay. You don't have to pretend. The door, the only closed bathroom door, bathroom stall door, cracked open, and Vanessa's tear-streaked face could be seen through the crack. What's wrong? Sylvia asked her friend. Asked her friend. Her voice unaware, there we go, unaware that her voice had softened at the reveal that Vanessa had been crying. Vanessa pushed open the stall door slightly more. Like, this would be a good time to change the genre to something like horror, because I can see this being— oh no, I said I wasn't doing horror, that's right, I did that last month. Never mind. Anyway, where were we? Vanessa pushed open the stall door slightly more to start to step out. As she did, though, voices of other students began to pour through the began to get loud as they neared the restroom door. Vanessa took a step back. Alright, Twitch viewers, it looks like there's going to be an ad running in about 4 to 5 minutes. I'm going to actually run it now so that we can run the 3-minute ad when we wrap up the stream. So I'm going to go ahead and actually run it now. I will see y'all back in about 1 minute. Okay, Vanessa pushed open the stall door slightly more in order to step out. As she did, though, the voices of other students began to get loud as they neared the restroom door. Vanessa took a step back and pulled the stall door with her, going back into hiding. Vanessa, Sylvia said, her voice going even softer. I don't want to talk right now, she replied. Sylvia stood there in the middle of the rest. That was weird. I think it was the song? Okay. I don't have any. I do have text to speech, but for Twitch bits. And nobody donated, so that's definitely not what I just heard. So 99.9% sure it's the song. Sylvia stood in the middle of the restroom, staring at the stall that Vanessa had closed herself back into as a trio of girls barged into the room, laughing and joking with each other. They noticed the blonde, but only enough to walk around her as they made their way into the room, into the restroom. One stopped and looked over her shoulder. Hey, you don't mind? We cut, right? There's plenty of stalls. And you're not using one. It's fine. Sylvia said, her own voice now just above a whisper. The girl who stopped to look over at her gave her an odd look, raised an eyebrow, and then shook her head and stepped up to join her friends. Sylvia kept her eyes on the stall Vanessa had locked herself into, but nothing was. But Vanessa seemed content to stay in there, even as the other girls made their ruckus. With a heavy gulp, Sylvia eventually took a step backwards and then pivoted and made her way out of the restroom. Bum bum bum! Friendship drama! Oh no! Alright. Alrighty. Later that day, Sylvia was sitting in her economics class and kept glancing toward a seat a few rows to her left, right, right. To her right. A few rows to her right and slightly back. That was where Vanessa typically sat. They didn't have assigned seats in that classroom, but everyone stuck to the seats they took at the start of the year. And even though Vanessa and Sylvia had become friends since then, there were other groups of students who filled out the spots that either of them could have taken to sit next to each other. It was fine. Sylvia knew that it would have been distracting to her anyway. Today, though, Vanessa wasn't in that seat. No one was. It was vacant. Apparently, after the lunch incident, Vanessa had gone to the nurse's station and was able to get her parents to check her out of school. Sylvia frowned, replaying their conversation in the lunchroom over and over again in her head. Vanessa seemed pretty normal up until Sylvia refused to go to prom. After that, the brunette seemed to take a turn for the worse. This seemed pretty normal up until Sylvia refused to go to prom. After that, the brunette seemed to take a turn for the worse. And now she was no longer at school for the day. At first, after Sylvia had left the restroom, she assumed that Vanessa was upset about her refusal to go to prom. Since that's how Vanessa's situation had started. Now that she wasn't at school, though, it seemed like it was just a coincidence. Would a coincidence? Would something like that keep mentally, Sylvia ran through what she knew. Vanessa was fine. Vanessa wanted to go to prom. Vanessa was hoping Sylvia would want to go to prom. Sylvia told her in no uncertain terms that she was not going to prom. Vanessa said she was not feeling great and left for the restroom. Vanessa knew she would not be returning to the cafeteria, so she put away her tray, cleaned up her tray on the way out. I'm writing this like a lawyer script. Oh, excuse me. Vanessa was fine. Vanessa seemed fine this morning. Or like that, better. Vanessa went straight for the restroom and closed herself in a stall. Vanessa was crying in that stall. Vanessa almost left the stall to talk to Sylvia. At least she'd hoped. But new students coming into the restroom spooked her back in. Vanessa was now checked out of school for the day. You know, I don't think... Did I ever... Huh. Oh, 5 minutes left, guys. Whatever had Vanessa bothered, it was enough to get her to cry in the student restroom and be called out for the day. Sylvia glanced down at her phone, or at her backpack, her eyes going toward the pocket that had her cell phone inside. She wanted to call her friend and see if everything was all right, and if there was anything she could do within reason to make it better. She still had 3 classes to go, though. Waiting was going to be unbearable. Maybe she could call out for the day. She could ask her dad to pick her up, and she could leave school early for the day, and then she could call Vanessa and see what was upsetting her so much. Okay. Alright, so we've got 3 minutes. I'm going to wrap up here. Obviously, this isn't going to be the end of this particular scene, but I think this will also give me some juice to go ahead and ruminate overnight before we continue tomorrow, and also figure out how this twist where Vanessa's been acting like she kind of has feelings for Sylvia, but really doesn't. Play in. I think that could be a really interesting twist. So I'm trying to figure that out for y'all. But we're going to go ahead and leave it here. I don't have any polls to put up overnight on socials, so don't be looking for that. There won't be any polls. I am going to go ahead and let y'all know tomorrow we will be streaming until 6 Eastern. Not entirely sure when we'll start. It will be no earlier than 11 a.m., but it probably won't be that early. Usually I like to do some cleaning and that's usually when I clean. But I will be going live for, the plan is about 6 hours tomorrow. So no earlier than 11, but as early as 11, maybe 12. We'll see. What else? Again, there won't be any polls up overnight, so don't worry about that. I will be ruminating. I will be, for Twitch viewers, there is so much bot spam. I'm going to try to consolidate some of that so it's not quite as spammy. Thank y'all for your patience with that. And oh yeah, we have to do word count. So let's see, I did it in YouTube earlier. We'll do it in Twitch today or now. The word count. So the word count has been updated. Check the ticker. So we'll see. Did my bot disconnect from YouTube again? That's frustrating. Oh, there's the word count. 31,000. Nice. So we wrote over, well, we definitely wrote over 5,000 words today. Not entirely sure about 6,000. No, because it was like 25. Let me check the chart. Hold on a sec. So we were at 25,350 yesterday. And now we're at 31,1. So yeah, it's definitely under 6,000, but just under 6,000. So it's very nice, as they say. What else? I don't think I have much else. Guys, go ahead and enjoy your evening. I will be back, again for the billionth time, sometime tomorrow. I'm going to say between 11 and 12 Eastern in the morning, so 11 a.m. to noon Eastern. And YouTube viewers, please like and subscribe. That helps the YouTube gods. And also there's that goal where, you know, if I hit 100 YouTube subscribers, there is the 7 days of full page writing. And Twitch followers, go ahead, and if you haven't already, go ahead and hit that follow button. If I get 200 of those, you get those 7 days of writing. And if I get both, you guys get the full day, the full page for the rest of the month. So there are those incentives for both groups. But yeah, I'm about to go ahead and go offline. I figure out why my bot keeps disconnecting from YouTube, though. That's kind of sad and frustrating, but I'll work on that later. Maybe like a members only thing. I don't have, anyway, that's talking to myself. I'm gonna go ahead and do it now before I ramble further. And again, Twitch viewers, there will be a 3-minute long ad that comes up when I do this. If you could please stick around through the entire 3 minutes, that would be greatly appreciated. The revenue does go toward Baby DJ. Thank you and have a great evening. Bye!